Can we hear? Can we hear? Can we hear? Can we hear? What's this delay? Let me see. Can we hear anything? Okay. Let me start plugging stuff up. We're gonna go outside real quick too because pick some vegetables, or we need to pick some onion. I'm just trying to set up all the cords. I never feel super comfortable with electronics near water, but you know, I'm a cooking streamer most of the time, so there's always electronics near water. So just plugged up. Go outside for a little bit. And yeah. Okay. Cords are ready. Kitchen. Oh wait, hold on. I need to. Sorry, one sec. Oof. Kitchen. Kitchen. Wait. Okay. I feel like I said kitchen like a gajillion billion times before we actually switched back. Okay. Hopefully we're here. Oh my god. You're gonna look at some books for a little bit. My sunblock is still gonna be okay. Humid. Okay, are those the only green onions? There's no green onions out here. I wonder if I should get some Thai basil for today. Yeah, why not? I don't know if those are growing or she threw them out. It's hard to tell sometimes. But we have some Thai basil over here. Look how tall it is. Look at that. Look at that. So we're gonna maybe snip. What do we want? We want like this much? I don't know if they're gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it, but I don't know if they're gonna eat it. And then whatever this vine is wrapping around shit. This sunflower over here. Not so sure about you. And this tall thing is a sunflower too. So, okay. I don't think we have any green onion out here. I think it's only in that inner area. Are those growing or did she throw them? Because we had so many. What is it? We had a lot of. Sorry, you're gonna just be there for a second. We had a lot of. We had a lot of sweet potatoes the last time we had a food distribution situation. So, oh, god damn it. We're gonna take these. Should have brought scissors, maybe. Okay. Try not to drop them, but I've already dropped a few. God! This fucking table. I'm like ruining these pants. I know I got them at the thrift, but still. Okay. I'm gonna have to do something about that table. Okay. Let me just. Oh my god. Put you here for a second. Look at the herbs we just got in the corner. Like, be pissed off about these pants. All right. Just gather these. We're gonna wash them eventually. So we need these for later. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the holder. I need to kind of wipe you down with alcohol though, because extra lots. I don't know how often you guys wipe down your phones, but I try to wipe my phone fairly often. So, and this is just rubbing alcohol, nothing fancy or whatever, on a paper towel. Okay, let me put you back in your holder. I'm gonna wipe the other phone. Here we go. I feel better. Okay. Wash my hands. We'll get a little container so we can. Well, I don't want to soak the herbs. So I think I might want to just put them in a container and have them in the fridge for a little bit. a little bit of water at the bottom so they don't freak out. Okay, so the Thai basil and those onions are gonna go in here. Just gonna put them in the fridge for a bit. And then we're gonna plug everybody back up because my main phone was off the charger for a really long time today because we went to Half Price Books to sell some books. We got 82 cents for it. So not a whole lot. But it's kind of one of those things like, do I want the book still and have to worry about this shit? Or do I want to just get rid of the shit? And so I was like, yeah, let's just get rid of it. Like, I'm not... If I was in some way attached to those books, like if I was selling manga, then maybe we would have some issues. Because then I'd feel cheated. But I literally found these books on the side of a road. So it's more that I just didn't want them to get like fucking wasted because they were on the side of the road. So we're making, I'll show you the recipe. We're making Bún Thịt Nướng, which, to be fair, I'm probably mispronouncing. The pork is already kind of marinating in something else, but we're gonna add the actual marinade that we need to add to it. So we have a shallot, right? Essentially a fancy teardrop shaped onion, if we want to simplify things. But it is its own thing. It has its own identity, right? And let's see, we need the fish sauce. Get the fish sauce. Is that you? No, that's my delicious spicy vinegar. Where's the fish sauce? Apple cider vinegar. Fish sauce. Some people might not feel a particular way about this brand. We usually get Betis, but oh, the three crabs. Oh, fantastic. Garlic cloves. Garlic is always a suggestion. If you like garlic, add more. If you don't like garlic, I guess just do the suggestion. Don't add more. Let me see. This one? Okay. Yeah. Let me get some garlic. Ugh, maybe I need to buy garlic the next time I go out. Okay, so I'm gonna take a tiny bulb. And so if we go over here, we have some things already soaking. Sometimes, depending on the day, if I just don't feel like being that thorough, then we won't go through all this trouble of cleaning the vegetables or whatever. But today I want to be thorough, and we'll see how I feel in like 20 minutes. So I'm gonna start with taking some of the skin off of this garlic. I've seen various methods for it, but I want to just get to a point where we can like kind of crack it in half or something. The bulb. This is a compost pile collection situation here. This container that I'm putting the skin into. Okay. Maybe a little bit more. About that. Maybe half of it. Half of it sounds good. Okay. And then the rest of this I'll just keep in our garlic containing container thing. Got most of the outer skin off. I still haven't put my groceries away, I think. Oh no, I didn't buy a pear. No, I put everything. I think I put everything away, right? The only thing that's out is my leftovers. We also need to deal with some peanuts in a little bit. So these are the garlic that we're going to be using today. We're going to keep this compost pile collection thing open because we're going to be peeling quite a few things. So this will be something for the Bún Thịt Nướng, and then this radish over here. So this radish is for the Bún Thịt Nướng. This radish over here, we're going to make a different pickle. So 2 types of pickles today. And then the cucumbers are also for the Bún Thịt Nướng. But the carrot and the daikon, they go together for a pickle. This Korean radish goes by itself for its own little pickle. He's a little wrinkly, that's okay. He's fine. This is lemongrass. We're going to be using this today. We sometimes grow this in the backyard, and by we, I mean my mom, because I don't have a green thumb. And he didn't have any. So I got some at the grocery store. But I know sometimes when I buy green onions, my mom is like, what are you doing? So that's why I didn't buy any. And that's why we had to pick some from the backyard. We also bought some other herbs that I'll show you when we get to that point. But I feel like this part is kind of, we're probably going to need to do this now because of the marinating situation. So if I can just get it out of its plastic situation. Also, usually you don't see this much of the wires. I'm sorry, it's just kind of hard to figure that out today. So let me just try to get this out. So I don't remember when Mom got pork, but I guess she just wanted pork or something. But I know she gets Bún Thịt Nướng because, like, I've seen her order it. So, because I was like, can I bread it? She's like, no. And I was like, okay, so we're not doing tonkatsu. All I really needed to clarify. Because if there's pork, I immediately think tonkatsu. So that's why one time we made tonkatsu, tonkotsu. 2 different things. Tonkotsu is a type of ramen. So I made a tonkatsu, tonkotsu. Very fucking rich. God. So, my body has a hard time with, like, super rich food. So that was an interesting decision on my part. So, here we are. This is more or less kind of like lighter fare. So, should be fine if I can release all the ingredients from their containment. There we go. So, okay. How much of this? Mix the shallot, garlic, lemongrass. How am I supposed to? 1 small stalk, about 2 tablespoons minced. Damn it, you have so much. You're so pretty. Let me get a cutting board. We're gonna put this shit in a fucking food processor, by the way. I hate food processors since I don't like cleaning them. However, we are not fucking with this shit today because lemongrass stalks are kind of tough. So I don't like doing that. All right, what knife? This knife? There we go. I'm just gonna kind of rinse it off a little bit here. So we typically wash our produce in a vinegar water mixture. There's no like real like this much vinegar to this much water. It's just kind of like a bloop of vinegar into water. All right, so I think that's going to be adequate. I'm just going to rinse it off a little bit again. Yeah, lemongrass is really hard to deal with as far as chopping. So, food processor. All right, so let's see. Meow, meow, meow. 1 small stalk of lemongrass, about 2 tablespoons. Wait, the whole fucking stalk? I mean, why not? That's fine. In there. Now these, not so sure. Outer ones, no. Let me get rid of those. Okay. So the bottom of the stalk feels nicer to the touch. When you get closer to the top, doesn't feel as nice. So I'm going to be careful when I get closer to the tops of these leaves because they don't feel nice to touch. Another little rinse. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put that in the food processor. We didn't plug it in or anything yet. I'm going to just maybe cut this up a little bit more. So it's like a little friendlier in the food processor. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Hopefully that'll be fine in the food processor. All right. How much shallot? 1 large shallot minced. So, I don't know. They're about the same size. We'll just go ahead and use this one. I'm going to take the skin off. Please. Okay, fine. I like shallots because in my mind they're like a fancy onion. I know they're like their own thing and they're like cousins or whatever, but like a fancy onion. So when I'm feeling fancy, I'm gonna use a shallot. But I guess in certain situations, I wouldn't use a shallot, but like if I'm doing some sort of vinegary salad, I wouldn't mind a shallot in there versus like a white onion or whatever, or like a red onion. If I had to choose between a red onion and a shallot, I'll probably always choose a shallot. Okay, so I'm just making them slightly smaller before we put them in the food processor. So a shallot, and then of course the garlic is a suggestion. And then oh, I wonder if I put like peppercorns in there. How's that gonna? Man, let's try it. Fuck it, why not? So I'm gonna put peppercorns in here and see what happens. Because it wants fresh cracked pepper, so why fucking not? And that makes sense in my brain. So peppercorns, again, suggestion. And then I'll show you a way to handle garlic. Blade facing away from you. I'm gonna just wipe this off a little because there is some moisture from the shallot. Press down. Wait, what are you looking at? Yeah, you can see me. Press down and then take the skin off. That's one way too for the individual cloves. Or you could use like a heavy, like the bottom of a can or the bottom of a heavy cup. Oop, 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 oop. Don Quixote? I wonder if they've been to Don Quixote in Japan. I'm just gonna, prop these up a little bit. Man, I love Don Quixote. Fuck. You can find some good shit at Don Quixote. Okay. So these are the things that need to get chopped up that I definitely don't want to fuck with chopping up. The other stuff is going to be easier for me to handle. All right. Yeet. I'm going to put this into the... Oh my god, please. Be nice. All right. Woo! Yo, yeah? Okay, I think we're good. Now we need how much brown sugar? Two tablespoons of brown sugar, 2 tablespoons fish sauce, and then the ground pepper, but I'm sure that's fine because most of them got ground up just now. So 2 tablespoons light brown sugar. Okay. Tablespoon. So I'm going to do the dry thing first and then the liquid. Ugh. And go ahead and unplug. Which one are you? You're the bottom one? Go ahead and unplug it so I feel better about it. I'm going to put this base back where it belongs. Its rightful place in the kitchen. And yes, I could have chopped that. I really could have. However, I have the resources to not. So we're not gonna, you know? Like, seriously did not wanna. Did not want to. Alright, so we're gonna use this for the marinade, right? We're gonna scoop that all out into here. But I'm just doing the other ingredients that had no reason to be in, you know, the food processor. So we have 1, right? You're a tablespoon? Okay. Like you're big, so. And 2. They didn't say it had to be like flat cut over or whatever. So I'm gonna be a little loose with this. Plus sometimes depending on if you're cooking or baking, they'll say, you know, it has to be a flat instead of, or it says flat or rounded. If you can be a little looser, it says rounded, right? Or for brown sugar, they'll be like, you know, packed. So it has to be packed into the spoon. It wasn't saying any of that, right? Light brown sugar, yeah. I didn't say anything about packing it into the spoon. So those are things to consider when, you know, you're cooking and baking and all that jazz, okay? So, but also sometimes with baking, it's better to use a different spoon to measure out whatever you need to measure into the measuring spoon that you're using, like flour or baking soda or whatever, because they don't want you to pack it. They don't want you to pack it. All right, fish sauce time. All right, so 2 tablespoons of that, right? Fantastic. Tablespoon of fish sauce. We'll make sure. Fish sauce over here so I don't get in trouble. Oh shit, is that here? Okay. I have my leftovers from the grocery store out, so if I get, you know, snacky feeling, we can do that. Let me just take this off. Alright. I love fish sauce, so if you're not a fish sauce passenger, but you like Vietnamese food, I don't know, man. I think you like fish sauce and you just don't know that you like it. So, there's that. All right. So, brand new fish sauce. Glug, glug, glug. 1. Glug, 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 glug. My mom can't say shit because I know she orders this shit. You know what I mean? Okay. Vermicelli noodles. We bought lumpia, so we got egg rolls. We're gonna make those pickled carrots. And we need to toast. We need to make scallion oil, and we need to toast peanuts. So, yeah. So I'm gonna make this marinade first. And then what we're gonna do is that the pork is already marinating in stuff because my mom like pre-marinated. Before I was like, hey, I'm thinking about making this. You know? Oh, you smell so nice. So already the flavor is gonna be a little different probably because, you know, she most likely it's being seasoned in turmeric and pepper and maybe vinegar. Maybe. So I'm just gonna take all this out. Let me just show you. Look how nice it looks. Like, I think we got that very nicely chopped up in the food processor. Like, thank God. You know what I mean? So we're gonna take this out. Get everything out around the blade. Sink. And then scrape everything else out. So we're not gonna just put it directly on the meat. What I want to do is I want to cut up the meat a little bit. Typically, this dish, I've seen it with the meat on the skewer. We're not gonna do that, first of all. But I do want to cut them up into, you know, easier pieces to eat. So, and I figure if they're cut up in smaller pieces, that will also like make the cooking situation a lot nicer, right? Because it's a smaller piece, it'll cook faster, blah blah blah. So we're trying to get everything in here. And I think from both recipes I saw, it's like you don't have to like wait and marinate it. Like you can just go ahead and start cooking once you like massage or however you want to apply this marinade onto the meat. And I was like, fantastic. But you're probably gonna marinate because I need to prepare the other stuff. I need to make that scallion oil. We need to make those pickles. And we need to toast those peanuts, which means I need to like get them out of their shell and then toast them. Yeah, so even though I'm using something that is helping me make my life easier, it still takes time, right? Still takes time, still takes energy. I was eating at the grocery store before we started doing the actual like shopping for this thing. And I was like, fuck, I'm already tired. I don't want to do anything. But I think that's because I was feeling gassy in public, which makes me uncomfortable and makes me want to leave. If I feel gassy in public, I just want to run. I want to go home so I can like pee or poop in peace. Plus, like I started eating, it's not like I could like leave my food outside unattended and then still trust my food. You know what I mean? So it's like I had to be really like, okay, it's time to stop eating and we need to get the fuck out of here so we can get this show started. You know? Because what time is it? Yeah, it's 3:10. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this by 6. And that's we always try to be done by 6. So I'm just going to mix this up with the brown sugar and the fish sauce, right? Again, we're not putting this on the meat yet because I want to cut the meat up first and then put this on. God, it smells so good, but I like lemongrass. Ugh. That's really fucking good. Here, let me show you. Let me get my finger out of the way. I think it looks quite nice. Okay, so we're gonna set this off to the side. Take the meat out, and we're gonna cut it up a little bit. We're gonna put this in this thing. Our collection of things in this thing. Ugh. I'm gonna put the fish sauce away. Oh, wait. We need this later. Yeah, we need the fish sauce for later. Because we're gonna make Nook Chum from the Nook Mum. You need Nook Mum for Nook Chum, so we need to keep that up. Okay, so we're going to. I'm gonna use a different cutting board. Wait, are we done cutting vegetables and stuff? No, we're not. Okay. I want to keep this for the vegetables because we're liking that knife today. Red knife. You know, fuck it, whatever. Probably should be using the. Oh wait. More of my cute knives from college. I have a cute one. I have a cute one in a shade there. Oh, we can use you. Hopefully you're still good. Yeah, let's use you today. You're purple. Oh, wait, what's this? Slashy. Oh my god, did the alert go off? Holy crap, I don't know. Camera might be a bit out of focus. Thank you. Hello, Slashy. Woohoo! Wow. I appreciate the raid. Hello. Hello, Raiders, and everybody who came in with Slashy. My name is Belle. Today we're doing a cooking stream, but we kind of do a lot of everything. But for the most part, I do usually cook. So, we've been playing Genshin for a while, but once the Welcome Back Battle Pass goes away, we're leaving Genshin again because they don't believe in melanin. So, how are you? This looks delicious. Ooh, thank you. So, Mom got pork the other day. I don't know why. I guess she wanted pork. And we don't typically eat pork. It's not a religious observance or anything like that. We just don't typically cook pork. So, I was just a little surprised. A little surprised that there was pork happening. And so she was like, yeah, just cook it like a steak. And I was like, I don't know if you're really gonna care for that. So let me look for something. So I decided to make Bún Thịt Nướng, which by the way I might be mispronouncing because I am not Vietnamese. But I've seen her order it when we go to the restaurants. So I'm like, okay, I know you like this because you fucking order this shit. So that's what we're doing today. Sorry. I was just getting gloves. But yeah. If you guys are YouTube enjoyers, I did a video where I made a goat stew or a goat curry, sorry. It was supposed to be lamb and cabbage, but the lamb was a shank, and I didn't feel comfortable trying to cut that up for the first time ever on stream. Because, with no experience or skill level in that. And then I forgot the cabbage. So I completely forgot the cabbage. I asked Slashy if there was something that when she was growing up that she really enjoyed as a kid, and she had mentioned a lamb curry that her mom had made, and I was like, okay, cute, cute. I love curry. And so I decided I was gonna go ahead and make that, and so I did. Except the goat was more affordable and cut already cut. So I miss my mom's curry. Oh, you're such a good child. You're such a good adult child. So I'm sure she appreciates that. Yeah, I found a Bengali blogger person, and they had a recipe, and I was like, fantastic. This is exactly what I wanted, except I forgot the cabbage. Not really, Lamau. I just like her food. Well, at least you're honest. That's awesome. Yeah, I was like, cool. Perfect. Because I hate finding blogs about Asian food by white people. That fucking pisses me off. So, even today at the bookstore, I found a Korean recipe book by a Japanese person, and I was like, but why, man? But why, dude? Unless you're like a Korean Japanese or a Japanese Korean or something like that. But I was like, bro. So there was that. And then I saw this Thai cookbook, and the author was not a Thai person. And I was like, man, can we stop? Can we stop? But then I bought 70%. Sorry about that. And then I bought an Indonesian book because it was $2. It was Indonesia and Filipino food. And they probably are also not Filipino or Indonesian. But it was $2, so I was like, fine. I'll concede for this one. But I still don't feel good about it. So, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, so a little bit about me. You may have seen me in chats such as Slashy101. If you like A Recipe Reborn or The Hunger Service or Chris Hangry or Pixel Man, I'm also usually over there too. If you like Filipino streamers, sometimes I hang out with Tabletop Cinema and Ponderkind. Ponderkind is well, now he's a skin tuber, but he was a PNG tuber for a while. So now he's a flesh tuber. But yeah, Tabletop was on earlier, and when I started streaming, he was still awake, so fuck, man. It's late. It is late for him. I know it's late for Slashy, but it's late for the Philippines. So, yeah. He is professional degenning right now. You know? Yeah, she put vinegar. I smell it. Okay, so the flavor profile is gonna be a little different because part of this marinade is vinegar, but that's fine. We default usually marinate our proteins regardless of what animal it is in turmeric, pepper, and sometimes for me a tiny dash of salt, and then I've noticed recently for my mom vinegar. So it's usually turmeric and pepper and vinegar. But I'm just cutting these into smaller pieces. If she doesn't like what I do today, we will do it strictly just as steaks, like I guess she wanted, you know? But I know she likes Bún Thịt Nướng. I know she does. It might be a little wonky today because she already pre-marinated, but that's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. So, I'm sure it'll be fine. This is one of my knives from college. Way back in, when. So, I had a another one that's like white and pink that I just don't use as much because we have this knife block over here, and my knives don't fit in there. So, by the way, I don't have any particularly like surgical way of cutting the meat. I'm just trying to make it into like bite-sized pieces. I'm not necessarily the grain or going against the grain to the best of my knowledge. I'm just cutting. So, if that is disheartening for some of you, I'm sorry. I don't mean to trigger you, okay? I'm just being practical. And earlier when we went to go get some onions and herbs from outside in the backyard, there's a table in the patio area. My pants like snagged on it, so like there's no way to like fix that. Boo boo. Kind of upset about it, you know. But that's fine. These are Aliyah pants, so like technically you're not even supposed to see my ass if I was wearing an Aliyah for real, but I'm just wearing them as pants. So oh, hello. So glad you could join us. But yeah, we're just cutting these up into smaller, friendlier, bite-sized-ish pieces. And also, you know, when you cut the meat in smaller pieces, then that means there's more surface area to get marinated, right? This is good for everybody. Go. I'm really smelling. She put a lot of vinegar in here. She put a lot of vinegar. You know, it wasn't until I was an adult that I realized like how much vinegar is in a lot of the Filipino cuisine. We just have a lot of vinegar going on, which isn't a bad thing. I'm not complaining. I actually thoroughly enjoy vinegar. So, like when there's like vinegar drinks, I'm always very in try. I know it's not everybody's jam. The shot of apple cider vinegar in the morning, I am not consistent with that, so like we barely do that, but I was doing that for a while. I was like, oh, shots of apple cider vinegar? Fantastic. I can do that shit. I can do that shit. Let's do that. That sounds fun. You know? Ooh, nice. Okay, should we try to get you off of there? Alright, so I'm just gonna try to like mix it a little bit more into my mom's turmeric vinegar pepper situation. And then we're gonna add the, what is it? The marinade we just made that we actually needed for the recipe. So let me get that marinade out. So this is lemongrass, fish sauce, brown sugar, peppercorns, garlic, shallot. Yeah, I think that's everything in there. And we used a food processor for this. So I'm just gonna, I want to make sure everything has tons of flavor. All the flavor, right? I wonder if she does vinegar and like hopes to tenderize a little bit. I don't know. That looks like it's gonna be so good. I hope so. Because I know usually how Bún is supposed to taste like, so I hope the vinegar doesn't like I don't know. Like there's a power imbalance or something. Okay, get off. Come on, let's break. There we go. We're good. There's some bigger pieces because, you know, bone. All right. So I feel like more of the turmeric, vinegar, pepper marinade has been absorbed. Oh my god, kitchen. 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 Bruh. Kitchen. I'm touching raw ass meat, bro. Hold on. K. Oh my god. Kitchen. There's usually a delay. Okay, hold on. Okay, thank God. Oh. Sometimes voice commands want to work and sometimes they don't. So, all right. Off comes one glove. And then we're just gonna stir this up a little bit. Because, you know, everything just kind of settles to the bottom, right? It smells really good, by the way. But I thoroughly enjoy lemongrass. And that might not be something that's like super duper accessible. And I honestly don't really know a way to substitute that. I really can't think, because like just using lemon juice it's definitely not the same. So yeah. All right, so we're gonna just get that all in there. Try to scrape everything out of this bowl because we paid for it. We fucking paid for it. There was money used. Fucking, we're gonna, you know, everything's coming the fuck out. Until we learn how to grow garlic, you know, everything in here. I feel like that would probably be the next best step, is to learn how to grow some garlic. Okay. Cool. This hand is now gonna touch raw meat. Okay, so now we're gonna make sure everything touches. And if you're a more hands-on person, more power to you. I really don't like feeling sticky when I can avoid it. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, you know, I would be a little bit more hands-on in this particular situation. Now, the recipes I've seen, I referred to recipes because there's sometimes I want to refer Hungry Hui, but usually I would prefer not to refer to Hungry Hui. I usually defer to this lady named Vicky. If I'm not mistaken, so there's this one lady I like referring to because part of her story is that she grew up in like a refugee camp, you know, through the war or whatever. So that has influenced, you know, her cooking because she was in a refugee camp. That affects your access to food and also like what you cook, right? So if it's not her, there's also that lady. The lady who cooks like Vietnamese, I think, and Thai food. So, and then there was like a first gen kid like me who had a recipe, and she was talking about like she used, you know, fish sauce as a litmus test for her partner to see if like he would be all icked or whatever by it, you know, because she had said she had cousins that, you know, married guys, white guys, that like couldn't handle fish sauce. Or like, or, you know, did the like, ew, gross, you know, and I'm just like, ugh, terrible. So, you know, she was concerned that her partner might be like that. Well, you know, it's great because, like, I know I don't want to grow up and have a partner where it's like I have to cook 2 sets of food, right? So, or I have a partner and, you know, when we have family occasions, they fucking ick and yuck and like that's so gross. Foods that are culturally relevant to my people. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to fucking have to deal with that, you know? So like I understand why she was really concerned about the fish sauce thing. Very, very valid. So, I in general just don't like it when people like, ew, gross, that's smelly or that's nasty, blah 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 blah. Because usually those are the same people that once they find out something's trendy, they totally commodify and capitalize on it and then bastardize it by like watering down the flavor or something to like cater to Western palates or some bullshit like that. It's so annoying. So I really fucking hate that shit. So yeah, so when I look up for recipes, I really do try to go out of my way to find people from that culture. Like sometimes for Korean recipes, you know, I love Monchi, but sometimes I go to Neighbor. You know, I go to Neighbor because people have blogs. And I'm like, all right. And then I just, you know, I have to do a little bit more work because I have to translate. But, you know, there's some things I'm just going to go straight to Neighbor. I'm going to go straight to a Korean blog, you know. Okay, prepare the marinade, pan fry, blah, 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 blah. Cook the noodles. Okay, we need to make these pickles. Let's go ahead and start making the pickles. So, sea salt, sugar, hot water, vinegar. Peel the daikon, cut into matchsticks. Okay, matchsticks. Large bowl, toss daikon, carrot, and salt. Sit for an hour. Damn. Okay. So that means we for real need to start it now. Okay. Let's start peeling these vegetables. I didn't see that hour wait situation because for this one, that's not going to be the issue. All right, so let me get a peeler. Where the fuck? Oh my god, bitch. Okay. So let me get a peeler. Whenever you work with sharp things, please be careful. What I was doing earlier is I was wiping down the surface with alcohol. So just pretty basic. Get it at the dollar store or whatever would be a dollar store equivalent in whatever region you're in. I don't know if they have stuff like that in Europe, honestly. So these have been soaking in some like vinegar and water mixture. We typically wash our produce in vinegar and water. So I'm just, you know, scrubbing up. Oh, I missed some of the lemongrass. Dang it. We'll put that one. Boil it in tea? Okay, whatever. So I'm just gonna. Is it raining? Okay. If the stream dies, because it rained in the wrong direction. Okay. Because that happens sometimes. Alright, so I'm just going to take the skin off with a peeler. I'm peeling away from me. Some people peel towards themselves. I'm not going to advocate for that. If you feel comfortable doing that, you know, you do you. But I would suggest not peeling towards yourself. Because that just feels really danger zone. Also, you know, sometimes you are like in a hurry to get things done and get dinner on the table or lunch or brunch or whatever. You know, you having all your fingers and not stopping to like put a band-aid on an owie or like stop, you know, profuse bleeding because you used a mandolin, you know, there's something to be said for that. So try to, you know, control that urge to go really fast. It is okay to, you know, take your time. I would rather have you have all your fingers and, you know, not injure yourself, because injuring yourself takes more time out of the cooking. It really does. So it's better to just avoid the injury, you know, and go at a, you know, a nicer, more chill pace. It's not a race. You know, if you're cooking for other people, they better fucking appreciate it so they can fucking wait. You're doing all this shit for them. They can motherfucking wait. So just putting that out there. Okay, we're gonna cut off the ends. Boop. Alright. And then now I need to figure out, because it said matchsticks. So you know what? Hold on. Yeah, it's raining. These are a little thick, but that's fine. I was gonna make them super long, but I was like, no. We should do this instead. Need another container. Oh, I'm sorry. That was loud. I'm sorry. So these are the matchstick like cuts. I guess I'll cut them a little thinner. And I get impatient too. Sometimes I want to rush. And I'm like, no, let's not do that. You know, because I want to avoid almost slicing my fingies. I hope you also want to avoid almost slicing your fingies, okay? Man, it's 3:40. We still need to make the noodles. We need to roast some. What is it? See, that's why I didn't want to do that. Peanuts. And usually when you cut stuff, you want a tiger paw. So your knife is like against your nails or your knuckle as a guide. I don't always do that, but try to do that. Try to do that so you don't hurt yourself. Fuck, I forgot already. Damn it. And my friend said something about choking up, like on the handle, like this. So we're trying to remember to do that, but sometimes I don't. It like helps with pressure, I guess. Cannot access iCloud. I know. Oh my god, stop. I don't give a fuck. So hot. Like super hot. Okay. Oh. Well, we tried. Okay. I want this all kind of be ready at the same time. I don't think that's gonna happen, but we can try. Oh. Oh my god, it's so hot. We don't have really good insulation, so like the kitchen gets really hot or really cold depending on the season. So it's like pretty steamy. Don't recommend. Also, I hope everyone's wearing sunblock. It's super important. And drinking water. Like, even if it's like not the best quality sunblock, I think that would still be preferable to like not wearing sunblock. You know, because sun cancer doesn't fucking care. UVA, UVB rays don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck who you are, how much money you think you have, or whatever. And they're fucking out there to get you. All right, let me blow my nose real quick. I'm gonna wash my hands. I blew my nose. There's definitely a delay. Okay. We're gonna peel these carrots too. Oh, bless. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna give it a little bit more agitation in this vinegar water. That one had a crack in it. So. I know it seems a little wasteful to be like washing even though we're going to be peeling. But I just feel more comfortable doing that. So, you know what I mean? You do you. So again, just peeling before we cut into matchsticks. I'm going to snipe the bottom and the top. And then there's, okay. Again, this carrot skin is going into our compost pile collection because we, you know, we have a compost pile in the backyard. And sometimes things grow out of it. There's a lot of things growing in the compost pile right now. So we have surprise vegetables from time to time, or squash. Okay, that wasn't straight, but that's fine. Okay. So this is kind of an unconventional way of trying to cut it. Oh, thanks, Siri Bot. Thanks, Siri Bot. Thanks, Siri Bot. There we go. Oh, bitch. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Like this. I'm gonna wash my hands again. Also, don't soak your knives because you might fuck up your knives. Okay. And you also might fuck up your hands too. These are going into the container that have the radish that we just cut up. So not, you know, like a perfect matchstick, but still, you know, just a smaller, whoop, please stop, smaller pieces to eat. These are more matchsticky. This is the one that fell on the floor. So we're rinsing it off again. I'm gonna rinse it off in water. Okay. And again, this wash water that we have for the vegetables is vinegar and water. It's not just water. And then one more. Oh, I guess we'll do from this end. So this will be good for not only today, but you know, we in general enjoy pickles. See, that was close. I almost sliced my skin. Ooh, okay. And again, now, if you don't have access to fresh carrot, in a general sense, not necessarily for this pickle recipe or whatever, you know, sometimes you can find canned carrots. It's definitely not the same, and I would advise that for just like soups and stews and, you know, just if you want to have cooked carrots. But also if you can't access, you know, fresh ones. I don't know. Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should try pickling cooked carrots that come in a can and see what happens for, you know, for science. Stop. There we go. There. Okay. You're a little thick. You two are a little thick. Only you three. Yeah. And then after we get the brine ready, we'll let it hang out for an hour. In that time, we will fuck with the peanuts. We'll, you know, fuck with some of these, what is it? The Korean pickle has nothing to do with this recipe today. So, like, when we get to it, we're gonna get to it. But we need to, do the things that pertain to the recipe first, obviously. So, you know, we're marinating the meats. We're preparing this for the pickles. So if you've ever had anyone's home cooking, even if it's a little, I don't know, sus or whatever by your standards, you know, they spent a lot of time making that food. So I just want everybody to consider, like, how much time goes into food, and not just like this part where we're like actually like doing the action, but like thinking about it, pricing it out, going to the grocery store, figuring out which grocery stores are going to have the ingredients that you need for the thing that you're making. You know what I mean? Because, like, man, if I need fish sauce, I'm not going to Kroger. You know what I mean? Like, that to me is just kind of ridiculous. Like, maybe they do have it, but that's not like the first choice in my brain. I'm gonna try to go to an Asian grocery store. So if I need Asian ingredients, most likely I'm gonna go to an Asian grocery store. But even then, not all the grocery stores are the same. Like, the grocery store I went to today had shallots, but like not all Asian grocery stores are gonna have shallots. Like, there's a better likelihood that they will have shallots, but like, you know. And if I want lemongrass, I don't really think I can go to like an American grocery store. That just means another stop, and that's gonna make me upset. That I have to make another stop somewhere else. You know? And we're gonna save this lemongrass for something. I'm gonna dump out this water that we were using to wash and soak the carrot and radish into our gray water bin. So we have a gray water bucket, in the garage, and what I put in there is water from washing vegetables or washing dishes, and then we use it to water the sidewalk. Because foundation separation is definitely a thing. So I'm gonna put that bowl in the sink. Now, meow, meow, meow. 1 tablespoon fine ground sea salt. Okay. Salt and jar the daikon and carrot. In a large bowl, toss together the daikon, carrot, and salt. 1 tablespoon. Okay, so I need to get another tablespoon. You said coarse? Tablespoon? Tablespoon? It's an eighth of a cup. Tablespoon. Did you? Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Fine ground. Oh, fine ground. Oh. I don't know how to open this container. I think we should bust this shit open. So I don't really know what would constitute as this much. We also have a... Okay. I don't know how much this would be. So we're gonna, I guess, put a lot of this in here. Let's say that's enough. Because I don't know, and we don't really salt our food anyway. Like, I know this is just part of the process, but still. Let me get another glove so we can toss this. Yeah. Again, you can do this with your hands, right? I have gloves that we can use, so I'm going to use them. I'm going to try to make sure everybody's touching a little bit of salt. And I like the black gloves because it makes me feel like I'm a professional. You know, I see a lot of like YouTuber mukbang people or like cooking people, and they have like the black gloves, and I'm like, oh, that's so legit. That makes me feel like I look legit when I have the black gloves for like food shit. I use these gloves for like various things, but yeah. That's probably ridiculous, whatever, but little joys, right? Little joys. I just want to be super thorough. It looks like we've covered most of it because I see a lot of glistening action happening. I want to make sure nobody is still stuck together. So let me show you. Look how pretty! We're not even done with them yet. Oh my god. Okay. So let them sit for an hour and then squeeze out the moisture, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Should we put this in the fridge today? Or... Okay, I've put it in the fridge to hang out. One hour, so 5:06 according to the clock over here. Let me just make a note on this paper. Wait 1 hour, check at 5:06. In a medium-sized heat-proof bowl, dissolve the sugar with hot water, mix the vinegar, and then pour it. Okay, we can do the brine now. Cool. We're gonna boil some hot-ass water. 3/4 of a cup of, wait. Okay. Get a measuring cup. So 3/4 of a cup of vinegar. We're not going to use any fancy vinegars. We're just going to use white vinegar. Three-fourths of a cup of white vinegar, and we're going to use this hot water kettle to boil some water, both for this recipe and for us to drink. So I don't just like default with beer or something. Man, my clothes keep on snagging on shit. God damn it. Okay. There's nothing wet on this side. Probably need to descale this at some point too. Okay. So lots of wires, very not feeling good about that. Okay. So that's for the brine. Oh, you know what? We can fuck with the cucumbers now. I like to keep the skin on. I know that's not for everyone. So let me just wash my hands again. I'm just like forever washing our hands. Oh my god. I'm gonna stack some of these things. You definitely need to probably start on the dishes pretty soon. So far, not a whole lot, I feel. So, you know, relatively speaking, right? So I'm just gonna kind of rub these cucumbers a little bit. I know I've seen people like rub down their cucumbers with salt before they, you know, deal with them, before they cut them up or whatever they decide they're gonna do. We're not gonna do that. It doesn't really say anything special about how to prepare the cucumbers for this, so we're not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna rinse these. There. I'm trying to fight the urge to eat these because, like, I want to eat them. I think this would be nice for a mandolin. Nice. More thin slices of the cucumber based on what I've seen and how I've been served before at Vietnamese restaurants. It's usually like very thin slices of cucumber. Okay, I think that's quite a bit of cucumber, but I bought 6 of them. So let's just do one more, and then I'll probably eat one. I'll probably eat one because I really want to eat one. And we'll start working on this brine. Or maybe not. We can just wait for the water to cool or whatever, right? Oh, see, that was close to my finger. Close enough. Okay. Stop. Thank you. All right. I'm just gonna put these in the container. Some of you did cut a little thick, but I'm gonna have to be super careful so we don't hurt ourselves. Or not. Whatever. Oh my god. Okay, let me blow my nose again. Okay. Either pan fry the pork and shrimp, we're not doing shrimp, in the skillet, grill them outside, roast them in the oven, or use the air fryer. You want to cook them in high heat until they are charred and caramelized on the outside. I'm pan frying, I'm using a 12-inch skillet. Coat the bottom of the skillet with a thin layer of vegetable oil, about a tablespoon. Add the pork and pan fry until caramelized, flipping and turning until caramelized on the outside, 4 minutes each side. Remove pork, set aside. Do the same with shrimp. We're not using shrimp. Skillet may not need additional oil. Cook until high heat until caramelized. 1.5. Oh, that's for the shrimp. Okay. So when we do anything on the stove, I like to, when it has to be like, you know, a pan fryer, some shit like that. Let me see if we can. Trying to do this so we can still access the fridge in a way that doesn't annoy me. I like to heat the pan first. Before we add oil. Okay, so this pan, sometimes the handle's a little jiggly. So what I do is that I just take a screwdriver and tighten that up. We have a screwdriver in one of the drawers in the kitchen. So I just tighten that up. So it's less jiggly. Okay. And so I'm going to put this pan on the stove. And I have this soccer ball magnet. Probably needs a little cleaning. I use it as a rest because this stove is not exactly even. So this kind of helps keep it even-ish. There. All right. And so we're gonna start the heat up a little bit, and I'm going to measure out 3/4 of a cup of water that we just boiled. Oh wait, we have the measure. Sweet. So over here, let me get a trivet or like one of those silicone. Just so it has like something to rest on because it's gonna be hot water. Okay. All right, so we're gonna measure out 3/4 of a cup of 1, 2, 3. Yee. I'm gonna fucking unplug this shit. Oh, I don't get worried. Okay. Unplugged. So that water, that's 3/4 of a cup of vinegar with 3/4 of a cup of hot ass water. Just boiled. And sauce. Sugar. 1/2 of a cup. 1/2 a cup? Damn, all of them are using half a cup. Okay, well, fine, I guess. We're using a lot of sugar. Okay. I'm going to use slightly less than half a cup. Just feels like so much. And so that's going to be for the brine for the daikon. And I'm just going to stir that up because we want to dissolve the sugar. Okay, I need to raise you up. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Yay. So let's see. Damn it, it still won't be ready in time because it needs another hour to chill. Okay. Let me get a plate or something. Maybe I'll just put it in a metal bowl. Let me just get let's just get another metal bowl for the pork. And I'm gonna use tongs. Wait, are we gonna use the other tongs? No, we'll use these tongs. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit of oil. Yeah, we'll put this one. This oil had turmeric in it. So there's like a piece of garlic skin that got stuck or whatever. Okay. It's probably not enough oil though. Let me see. Got anything? Okay, got some in here. I think these two are ready to get cleaned. And then we have a little bit here, so I'll just add just a teensy bit more. I think that's good. Go ahead and, yeah, it's already pretty viscous. Viscosity, am I right? Usually that'll tell me if the pan's ready to go by my standards. I like to see that my oil is viscous, meaning it's just like very, very smoothly moving around that pan. All right. So garbage. Oh my god. Okay. Almost spilled a lot of liquid around electronics. Let's start cooking this pork. So again, to remind ourselves, this is our beautiful marinated pork and the Bún Thịt Nướng marinade, but also vinegar and turmeric. So again, the end result might be a little different, but it's gonna be delicious. It's just gonna be potentially a little different. So I think I want to start with some bone pieces. Those are all the bone pieces. Maybe something fattier in the center. There we go. I think that's a nice little start. Alright. How are we going to do this? Should I just move the tea kettle? Maybe I should move the tea kettle out of the way. Oh yeah, I should maybe... It said 4 minutes on each side. It's 4:30. 4 minutes. So 4:34. I'll start trying to turn that over. So again, if it's a little bit more yellowish, turmeric. It's because of the turmeric. Everything's fine. I'm gonna move this so it doesn't fall. And I still have my leftover food from earlier. I'm gonna finally put that in the fridge, I guess. Now that we have room for it. And while we wait for 4 minutes to happen, I'm gonna do a few dishes. So we have room to do more dishes, right? So. So at some point we're going to be making noodles. The noodles probably won't take that long. Then we also need to make the sauce for this. So those are a few steps we haven't quite done yet. And I need to prepare these peanuts to roast. Oh, fuck. Okay, 2 minutes. The surface is wet. more minutes. I guess this measuring spoon. When you wash sharp things, please be careful. I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I hope you also don't want you to hurt yourself. If you're washing something, it's slippery, there's water involved, something sharp, definitely don't want to hurt yourself. All right, now let's turn these over. We do want to try to get some caramelization, right? So 8 minutes passed, and we'll take them out. I'll use chopsticks to get them out. Okay, and so I'm just washing some dishes while you look over the stove. You are the supervisor, okay? I don't know if we're successfully gonna get a char, but it is browning up quite nice. So, you know. But yeah, I like to heat up the pan without any oil on it. Then add the oil. Check how viscous the oil is. When the oil is viscous, then I start putting whatever meat that needs, or whatever needs to get cooked on. You know? And turmeric will stain your clothes. I don't know how easy or not it is to get turmeric out. I try to avoid it at like all costs. But if you get it on your fingers and stuff, like it'll eventually go away. But it might be there for a little bit, you know. But your clothes, that's gonna be, you know, another issue. Oh, I could have put that in the gray water bucket. Whatever. That's fine. Missed opportunity. Okay. So we're gonna get these out with chopsticks because I'm hoping that they're kind of done. Are we done? How are you? Maybe not quite. How about we... Okay. Let's just do it a little bit more. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Okay. I'm going to fuck with some peanuts. Yeah. Well, okay, let's dry some bowls and put them away. I'm gonna dry some bowls, put them away. We'll have I guess a container for gathering peanuts so we can roast them while all of this shit is happening, right? $4.39. I'll check at 42. 41 too, yeah. I'll check at 42 past, and then we'll for sure take those out because it should, like, that's, if it's not, then that's fine. Excuse me while I put a bowl away, okay? Thank you. I'm drying up a bowl to put more peanuts in it. Thank you, Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. Me? Thank you, Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. What is this delay? Where are my captions? Where are my captions? Dude, what the fuck? Captions. Oh my god, what the fuck? Where are my captions for real? What? Oh my god, what the fuck happened for like 2 minutes? This delay is something else. Also, I'm over here just trying to think Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. Oh my god. Thank you, Saribot. Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. No, come on. I just want to thank you, Saribot. Man. You really don't want me to thank Saribot, bro. Okay. I think I'm going to take it off just because I see the pan having more color than the food. Okay, so a little bit. We got a little bit of char on the actual meat, sort of. Mostly on the bone. Here we go. We got a little bit of char. I'll take it on one side, sure. Ah! Oh my fucking god. Please stop. Thank you. All right, this is gonna be set off to the side. Now for the next round, I moved it a little bit away from the heat because, you know. But now I wonder if we need to add more oil. There we go. Maybe like 4 rounds of meat, I think, is what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna get some paper towels and cover that just in case there are some rogue spies that I did not know about. So, okay, at 50 past, we're gonna check. But yeah, we should probably work on those peanuts. I'm gonna de-shell some peanuts. I check a note I made. Take a cup of raw peanuts, peel, skin, and put them in a bowl. Okay. Okay, like a cup of peanuts. Maybe 2 handfuls. I think that constitutes a cup of peanuts. All right. Let me put these peanuts off to the side somewhere. I feel like watching the pork is going to be a little bit more interesting than watching me with these peanuts. So I need to move the brine a little bit. Ooh, girl. Please do not spill. I'm going to be really concerned with all the electronics. All right. So I'm just like popping the peanut into a bowl. Like after I get them out of the shell. Okay. still have to get the skin off, but one step at a time. So 1 more minute, and then we'll flip it over. Go ahead and get those tongs. Oh my god. Some of these peanuts are hard to like get out of that shell. Okay, 50 pass. Start with this one. Oh, pretty. Getting some char. Granted, it might be leftover flavor from what was in the pan before, but I don't care. The color is there. We wanted the color, so. All right. So another 4 minutes. So 54 passed, and I'll turn those over with chopsticks to check. And this is touching the raw stuff. And you guys get to be the supervisor while I deal with peanuts. We will eventually get to doing the Korean style pickle, like the one that you get specifically with fried chicken, which I don't know how y'all feel about that. That is like, woo! It's like one of my favorite things. The fried chicken the fried chicken radish pickle that you get. Oh, so good. So good. Alright. Whoop! Okay. Almost done. Well, not really. We've gotten through quite a few of the... Okay, some of the skin just doesn't want to come off. Okay. Thank you for being with me while we make Bún Thịt Nướng, which I am probably mispronouncing. Okay. Oh my god. Wow, 117 I think happened today. I'm so sweaty. Okay, 1 more minute. I think I have to shower later. I'm feeling kind of gross. Okay. 54 pass. Let me get those chopsticks. Let's turn them around to see. Let's check. Okay. I think we're looking really good. There's caramelization, there's char, there's flavor, there's color. Yeah. Some of these pieces I'll keep in a little longer. I think this one's good. This one's okay. This one we'll probably try to get a little bit more color. Okay. Oof! We'll let those hang for a little bit. I'll just keep on peeling peanuts out of its shells. Medium? Ah. Okay. Let's check. Okay. You're good. You're good. That's okay. Yes. Sure. Oh. Okay. Next round. I won't add more oil. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. So this will be this round, and so 5, 1, 2, 3, 503, and we'll do the next round, and then we can start dealing with the pickles. For this particular situation. All right. Let me rinse off or wash my hands real quick. Okay. Make sure my hands are like for real dry, because we're peeling the peanuts out of their shells and stuff. So we're taking the skin off as well. It's kind of, some of these don't want to come out of their skin. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulty with that. That's fine. Man, this skin doesn't want to come off. Interesting. Let's see if Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. Thank you, Saribot. Man, thank you, Saribot. Why is that not working? Do you just not think I'm saying Siri? Thank you, Saribot. One more minute. Let me get the tongs. All right. Nice. Mm-hmm. There. Okay, another 4, so that'll be 7 pats. By then we can already start the draining process for the carrots and daikon that are in the fridge right now, chilling. And we can start draining the liquid or whatever. I'm still dealing with peanut skin and shell. Bro. Why do some of you not want to get out of the skin? Thanks for hanging out during your workday or whatever you're doing. You know, I appreciate it. Your eyeballs are appreciated. We went to a store today that was near the grocery I went to check on their sunblock situation, because one of the sunblocks they had like a discount on was something that I use. And so I went to check it out because I always know where that specific sunblock is. I like really, really like it. A lot of Asian sunblocks, you know, for whatever reason in their formulae, leave a white cast on like tan people. A lot of American ones too. And I think that's, you know, because it's either like a chemical or a mineral one. So that part of the formulation also affects how it like looks on your skin. Like if it's gonna leave a white cast on like a tan person. Tan plus, brown plus person. And that one doesn't. So usually the mineral ones will kind of leave a sheen or whatever, some sort of white cast. Make you look a little ashy or like a ghost, sort of. But there are some that don't. And I do prefer something with like a zinc oxide or titanium dioxide or whatever versus like, you know, a straight up like chemical whatever. Because the chemical one gets in your skin and the mineral one sits on your skin. So that's part of the reason why there's a white cast. You don't have to take my word for it. You can, you know, look it up on the interwebs. I had to like keep on refreshing myself on like why and what's the difference. And the reason why people are trying to like stockpile on Korean sunblock, at least in America, is because that MOKRA situation, modernization of, I don't remember, something cosmetic, some shit. And so it's affecting the sale of certain cosmetics, or I would like to say cosmeceuticals, to people in the United States. So, yeah. Kind of annoying, you know? I think you're fine. I think you're fine. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna get... Hopefully this is the last load. I don't know. Because again, I cut them into smaller pieces for reasons, you know? Okay, I guess maybe one or two more loads, I guess. Yeah. Guess I want to put stuff on the edges. Maybe this fatty one on the edge. Okay. Sorry. $10, $11, $12, $13. So 13 pass. We will check on that. But for now, we're gonna kind of work on the pickles. The pickles for this specific recipe. Okay. All right. Now let me check with the recipe. So, discard the water, squeeze the remaining moisture with your hands, then transfer to an at least 24-ounce bowl. That sounds like I need gloves. Okay, so I'm gonna drain this water into the gray water bucket. But this is the pickles we're gonna be working on. You can keep supervising over here. I appreciate it. Okay. And I'm supposed to just squeeze out the rest. Am I supposed to squeeze and rinse or just squeeze? Okay. Oh. This should be good. Okay, so I'm just squeezing out what liquid I can get out. Doesn't really feel like I can get any more out, but okay. A little bit is coming out. Okay, we got 1 more minute before I need to check. Oh shit. Okay, let me get those tongs. Probably doesn't hurt to have it on for a little bit longer. I'm not super ambidextrous when it comes to stuff like this. With drinks, And stirring things, slightly more ambidextrous. Like, slightly ambidextrous. But with like this kind of fine motor skills, not so much. All right. So the next time we touch those, it will be with the clean chopstick. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 19 pass. Still need to make the noodles at some point. We're running out of time because now it's 5:15. And they usually eat at 6. So we've got the meat part at least done, because if they don't want to eat it with noodles, they can always eat it with rice. They've got tons of rice. They made rice this morning. So we're still squeezing out some of these, the radish and carrot combination, trying to get like any kind of semblance of liquid out. Now we're going to pour some of this brine in here. I'm going to see if I can put some more carrots in here. Because we can always make more brine, and that's fine. We just needed to make sure to make sure to, sorry, let me show you. Boil the water first. All right. Fine for now. One more minute. I think I'll make probably more brine. Let's go ahead and check this meat. I'm pretty sure it's okay. It's fine. Hopefully, this will be the last round of meat. I don't know. I'll work on the noodles pretty soon. Okay, I'm gonna try to put everything. There's only like so many pieces left. Ugh, it smells so good. I really try to get as much as I can because, like, you know, we paid for that. I'm gonna set these off to the side because we're still gonna use them for one more round. I'm gonna wash this dish. 27 passed, we'll check. Oh, you're so soapy. Bam. Oh. And then, nope. Get the fuck away from my food. I think this needs a bigger jar. Whatever. I guess we're gonna use this one again. 2 more minutes. I'm gonna make some more of this brine. I think I'll just do it the same. I'll use the recipe. So 3/4 of a cup of water, 3/4 of a cup of water, 3/4 a cup of vinegar, 3/4 of a cup of the water that we boiled earlier. And then 1/2 cup of sugar, sorta, kinda. Keep this measuring cup off to the side. And this bitch ass fly needs to go somewhere else because I'm not trying to fuck around with you today. The water we boiled an hour ago is still slightly, what is it? Warm. So the sugar should still dissolve pretty easily. Okay, we're almost at the point. Oh, wait, Tango Kid, thank you. Thanks for the check-in. Okay, so I'm going to set that off to the side. And we're going to flip this meat over. Okay. So we're looking good. Some of us need a little bit more tanning than others. There we go. Okay, and then 4 more minutes on that. I'm gonna get another glove. So for the pickle situation, it's asking me to squeeze out the excess liquid from when we salted these radish and carrot combo before we put it in a jar and add the brine. So that's what I'm doing. I got another of the same big jar that we used earlier. So we have like a huge jar like this. I'm just trying to hurry because there's a bitch ass fly over here. And we're gonna use the same like brine liquid recipe for the Korean pickle because it's pretty much similar. Water, vinegar, sugar. So we'll just do that. I'll double check the Korean recipe, but most likely we're gonna just use the same brine. We already drained a lot of it into the gray water bucket. I was surprised that there was like, liquid that came out. Like, I know this is like, people fucking, oh my god. People do this to like get rid of the moisture or what have you. Still surprised. So this one is like half full for our pickles. They're not quite ready for tonight, but that's fine, I guess. Still need to make the noodles. Still need to make the scallion oil too. We haven't made the scallion oil. Let me see. What we're gonna keep this for the moo. And I just want to eat a cucumber already. Let me check. I'll keep you there. Oh, both sides are kind of light. Okay. Okay, we're gonna leave those on there for a little bit longer. If you notice, this meat's a little on the yellowish side. My mom pre-marinated in turmeric. So, just to let you know. Let me start making the nukcham so they have it. Water, sugar, fish sauce. Mm-hmm. Garlic again. Okay. So we're not gonna add chilies because mom doesn't do spicy. We'll use the rest of these garlic cloves from this one head of garlic, this one bowl. Way more liquid than I anticipated. Dirty. I chilled one of these like coconut sodas. I'm just gonna like open it up. Wait, let's just open one of the hot ones. Yeah, let's just open one of the hot ones. So I need a cup of this. What bowl do I want to use? We had peanut. This one. Okay. I'll move these peanuts to something else. I need the metal bowl for sauce. Less. Okay. Well, that's working on itself. Let's go ahead and start working on the sauce. Coconut. Yeah, there's like a coconut soda. And it was referred to in both of the recipes I looked at, so that's why I bought the 6-pack. So we're gonna try it. Let's see. So a cup of hot water. So let me get some water from the kettle again. The water is still warm, so it's fine. So cup of hot water, or warm in this instance. Sorry. Cup of hot water. 3/4 of a cup of sugar. Man, these sauces today really need sugar. All right, I'm gonna turn off the stove. I'm sure they're getting close to being done. We'll residual heat it. Okay. Ow, bitch! I think I'm gonna have to buy sugar the next time I go to the grocery store. So we're doing a little bit less than the full 1/4. Because again, this just seems like a lot of sugar. So 3/4 of a cup of sugar. 3/4 of a cup of fish sauce. Hell yeah, let's go. 3/4 of a cup of fish sauce. Say more. Oh, fish sauce, where are you? Oh my god, best part. Best part. Okay. 3/4 of a cup. Yo, mom's gonna be upset that we almost used the whole bottle. 3/4 of a cup of this. Lime juice? Okay, where's that lime? I'm gonna cut this lime up. We have a lime that we've set aside for this purpose. How much? It's a 3 tablespoons of lime juice is gonna come out of this lime. That's how much lime is gonna go in here. Let me see. I think we have the little press thing. Yeah. Hopefully this won't break. Because you're plastic, so I have to be careful, you know. Cut you up more. Listen, Fly, you need to fucking go the fuck somewhere else. Okay. These other pieces, I think I'm gonna like try to drink them, so. Let me get those meat pieces off the stove because this fly is just zooming. All right. This sauce smells delicious before we've even properly stirred it up. Okay. Why are you still light-skinned? Oh my god, Fly, you're pissing me off, bro. And I'm gonna try to scrape off some of this lemongrass and stuff. So, it's not like, it's not even really what I would like to call a caramelization, but there is a little bit of caramelization, and there's definitely some color. We'll deal with this pan in a bit. Deal with the pan in a bit. I'm gonna move this meat to the table because this fly is annoying. Okay, what's the next step in this sauce? 1 cup of the soda. All right. Soda time. We're gonna see what's going on with this soda. 1 cup of the soda. Listen, Fly, you're making me really upset. Okay. I'm so intrigued right now. And the cloves. Okay. Okay. Let me try this soda for myself. Not bad. Okay. Let's put the squeezy thing off to the side and these chopsticks. Oop. Let me stir this up because there's a shit ton of sugar just lying down at the bottom. It smells really good, but I really like the smell of lime. You fucking bitch ass Fly. Okay. Let's switch places with that. There we go. So we're gonna break open a few more garlic cloves. Those are gonna go in this delicious smelling sauce. And then that part will be done. And then we need to, at the very least, do the noodles. This is quite literally a vermicelli dish. So, you know what I mean? We have some herbs that we got at the grocery store. If they want to use it, hopefully they will. I don't know if they will. You fucking bitch ass Fly. Can you not? I'm trying to like get shit done. I don't know why this is so much fucking liquid. The coconut soda isn't bad. I admittedly don't really like the taste of coconut water, but I'll drink it if I'm dehydrated. Which is kind of often right now because it's hot outside and I just in general don't drink water because I don't trust the Brita filter. I typically only drink the boiled water. So that's like a mental thing about water. When I was little, my parents didn't really seem very thorough about the Brita filter, so that's why even though I changed the filter, I don't really trust the Brita filter. So. So what I'm gonna do is that everybody's gonna have their own sauce container, because I had those Korean containers like this. I think we're just gonna use those for the sauce instead of the meat. Fucking listen. Listen, Fly, you're really making me upset. I understand you have to eat too, but you have to do that somewhere else. This one will be for Mom. This will be for my aunt. I didn't get around to the scallion oil yet. We still need to make the noodles. Let me move this sauce into the fridge because this fly is getting on my nerves. Let me wash my hands real quick. Garlic gets sticky. Okay. All right. So I think I should work on the noodles right now. Noodles. Boil water. Put rice noodle. Cook 8 minutes. Rinse. Okay. How much water? Okay. It doesn't really say how much water. So maybe I'll just use a really big pot. Okay. Oh. Almost lost my balance. You fucking bitch ass fly, get the fuck off. Okay, I'm gonna put this pan to hang out in the sink. We're going to turn the stove back on so we can get this party started. Just clearing up the area a little bit. Okay, while that's coming up to a boil, let us... This cutting board and this cutting knife were only used for vegetables. The meat one was already clean. We got... we need to clean the tongs at some point. I need to wash my hands because I blew my nose. Okay. Let me put these are from the oil. So I'm gonna whip them out. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So there's like less excess oil happening in the sink. Okay. All right. Do we want to? The food processor is almost all the way dry, so I'm gonna try to get it all the way dry real quick. Very carefully making sure the blade on the food processor is clean and dry. You know what? How about we? Fucking fly, get the fuck away from my shit, bro. So we're waiting for the water to get back to a boil so we can cook these noodles because, again, this is a vermicelli dish. It would be ideal to have noodles. So I fuck off. Fly. Oh my god. There we go. I was trying to click the food processor into place. Sorry. Okay. I feel like while we wait for that to get to a boil, because it's going to take a while, I'm going to put this soda in a different cup, I guess, for me. I'm going to finish drinking it. We're going to add the rest of this lime somehow. Hard to get, like, there's so much meaty juiciness on here. There we go. You fucking bitch. Listen. this juicy ass lime. Okay. I did totally just lick my hand right now, but, you know, whatever. I also washed it. All right. The water's definitely not going to be at a boil until sometime whenever. All right, so there's that. I'm going to rinse out this can so we can recycle it. Cool. All right. Let me just open this package. Ooh! So when we're ready to put them in, we can just go ahead and put them in. We're using Flying Horse rice noodles, medium. Because the recipe said medium. So I didn't see Three Ladies brand. So we went with this. Clearly labeled, you know? And that's going to be ready to go when it's ready to go. And then we'll work on the pickle that is especially for me. Let me see what you're looking at. Bitch ass fly, you need to quit. Wow, you're mostly... What? I'm sorry. Here we go. I'm trying to, like, not blind myself, but you're, like, right by the light, you know? Okay, I don't like that. That knife's pointing in my direction. Oh my god, did I put the peeler in the sink? Ugh, hold on, I need a peeler. Yeah, I did. Okay, where's the other one? Where's the other one? Hello? That's annoying. Okay. Alright. So now we're gonna make moo, which is like the radish you get when you order fried chicken. I waited too long to do this. You fucking bitch. So we're doing it now. So this radish is a little old and wrinkly and kind of not as, I guess, firm. It's a little squishy, but that's okay. I'm a very waste not, want not type of person. And it's still going to be delicious, so it's fine. It doesn't, like, it really doesn't matter. We have some brine left over from the pickles we made for today's dish, the Bún Thịt Nướng, right? Which will be a little different for a couple different reasons. We're making the noodles right now. We only had one lime, so we used basically all of it for the sauce. So we don't have like extra lime for the dish or whatever for serving, which I don't know. I don't really think they're gonna mind or care or like look for that. So okay, did we get everything? A little bit here. And so taking the skin off, right? And cut off the butt. So more or less try to cube it, sort of. But you know, a radish is round. So you sound like you're boiling, but I know from experience that's usually a lie. So I'm not. Get the fuck off. So I'll just cut these off. Yeah, again, you sound like you're boiling, but you're not. You're not. Okay, now you're boiling. 6:09, so 8 minutes 17. Fully submerged. Go ahead and submerge, please. So 18 minutes passed. Okay. 18 minutes passed, and then we'll check on those. But we'll keep on chopping these up because this is almost done. Good bot, or thank you, Siri bot. Okay, I need to figure out why that's not working. It was working yesterday. Thank you, Siri. It should be thank you, Siri bot. Pretty sure it worked earlier today. Maybe it's because like I'm doing other shit. No, 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 no. I'm gonna get a cute little jar for me. Or not. Maybe we need a bigger jar. Sorry. These are my pickles. They have nothing to do with today in general. I just wanted to make them. So. This needs to go off to the side because we may or may not cut up these cucumbers. Okay, this is the rest of the brine. Bam. Okay. You know what, for funsies, why don't we just put the lemongrass in there and just see what happens? Okay. There was one that got away. Alright, so these are mine. These are mine just to have there for me. So this is the moo that you get when you get fried chicken, the Korean fried chicken. We made some pickles for today, but they probably need like another hour to set up. I'm gonna go ahead and try to put the sauce that we made into a container. This is the nuktum that we made. I'm gonna give it another stir. And we are going to pour it into here and hopefully don't spill a whole lot. Holy shit, I'm so glad I chose a bigger container. Fuck. Okay. So yeah, there's our nuktum without pepper because the ladies don't really do pepper. So it's just sweet and fishy. It's not spicy. Man, a lot of 17 today. So much 17 today. Oh yeah, and then we have cucumbers for them to eat it with. And then 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna drain. We'll go ahead and drain it over this one. We didn't really get around to the peanut situation or the scallion oil, so there's that. Pickles still need a couple hours, well, another hour to set up. And then I'll probably have to focus on eating my leftovers in order to make room in the fridge, you know? Let me see. I've got Caesar dressing, we've got yuzu kosho, we've got blue cheese. I don't need to eat this cucumber with anything, but I feel like I should eat it with something just to like move stuff out of the fridge. Out of that. Because I bought 6 cucumbers, knowing I would eat some of them. Like about to eat another one. Okay. Almost time to drain. This is drain, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me just finish this cucumber. Sorry. One of the recipes I saw, the lady was like, I had to cook the noodles longer than the package, and I was like, okay. Okay. Go ahead and turn that heat off. I'm sure it's done. Okay, maybe we just need to drain it. Yeah, because I'm going to destroy the noodles this way, I think. Let me get another glove so we can do this. And then I'll... says to like run it underwater for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna let these hang out. Hopefully they loosen up in this pot. God damn it. Okay, let me wash my hands somewhere. Okay. Let me get some of these herbs. Oh man, we didn't make any of the lumpia. So we got kimgoi, or yoi, and then we got Rau Răm. Again, I might be mispronouncing because I am not Vietnamese, okay? I'm sure this is fine. I just don't like running that much water. That's so much water. Okay. Cool. I guess let's put that into something so they can like get their own fucking noodles. What can we use? No. Ugh, we're running out of room. Okay. We need to clean a bowl. We need to clean a lot of things, actually. So start with this. Wait. How about we do that first? Oh, it's dark over here. You fucking piece of shit fly. Get the fuck away from my shit. Oh yeah, when you scrub these like sink catch-alls, these drainage things, be careful not to grab too hard because you might cut yourself from personal experience. So just be careful. I know this is not a sponge, it's the scrubby part, but I still like to add water and stuff. Okay. Okay. And this had oil in it at some point. This also had oil in it in some point. This is a peeler, so being careful not to hurt ourselves. What's the other one? Okay, whatever. Let's start with these. You fucking piece of shit fly. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the gray water bucket in the garage. Oh my god, wrong side. Okay. I need to take a pause because this fly is pissing me off. Oh my god, why? Yeah. Oh my god, kitchen. Kitchen. Sorry. Kitchen. Kitchen. Jeez. What the fuck? Okay. So I'm getting their plates ready. Okay. So let's maybe try to dry some of these so we can make room for the big pans. We did not clean up as we went since 4 minutes on each side goes fairly quick. You know. But yeah, if you clean as you go, it's a lot less annoying. But we didn't do that. We didn't do that. But luckily, there wasn't like too many dishes today-ish. To not use a whole lot of measuring cups. And we boiled water, so I don't know, I feel like the water kettle helped a lot today. Not really sure what's up with the delay though. And I still need to wash my water bottle, this really big one that I have. We're gonna fix a bowl for me. But we need to, you know, kind of clear this up. So we scrubbed this to make sure to get all the remaining flavor from the lemongrass marinade off. We also need to get some soap in there in the tube. These things, fucking good. Don't want to soak chopsticks that are wooden. Don't want to soak wooden things, right? Because it might fuck up the wood. Same thing with knives. Don't want to soak your knives because A, handles probably wood, but also, like, if you have a sink full of stuff and you can't see the bottom of it and you're just grabbing things, you're probably going to hurt yourself trying to grab for a knife. Or trying to grab for a spoon and then grabbing for a knife. So don't soak your knives. And try not to soak wooden things because it's going to fuck up the wood. Also, you're supposed to, like, oil the wood, but I don't do that. So, you know, more power to the people that take care of their wooden utensils, cutting boards properly. I do have oil for that. I bought walnut oil. But, like, we usually end up using the utensil again, like, after it dried, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's not gonna happen. Okay. Our lemon press. I do not have a metal one, so this is what we got. Right, all of you, or no? Wash the inside and the outside. Right. Fabric part tied by like a plastic ring, so that's why I don't put it in the washer. Okay, this is a bottle brush we have. I use it for cans too. I feel bad because, like, I know the fibers like snag on the metal. Hold up, I forgot. Let's do this. we're gonna get like a bottle brush to get into the hole. So putting some soap on there, and so I'm gonna here. Also the, you know, the long part of the straw. There we go. Cool. Oh shit. Soak for just a sec. I'll start setting up my plate. Let's start setting up my plate, and we will start set up my plate, and we'll wash some herbs real quick. This will be my noodles. Then get some herbs. Bitch, did I take them out and then forget? Yeah. I'm gonna rinse some of these off. We didn't we didn't get to lumpia. They still haven't left their room, so like maybe I can get some lumpia. Okay. Let me see what the instructions are for the lumpia that I got. Cooking stove. Three to 4 minutes. Oil to 350. We could. Close this up for a little bit. Okay. What pan do we want to use? I want to use not a big pan. I also don't want to fry things for forever. Wait. This is too shallow. This one is not wide. No, I think we need to use the copper colored pan. Maybe we'll just need to do one. Hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna heat up the pan first, and then we're gonna, you know, do the oil. Just putting all my greens on the side. I'm gonna set up some greens for them too. These are for me, so.
Oh god, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. 1, 2,
Put some
3.
for them as well. Okay. Again, we only had one line, so that one line
I'm not gonna pull anymore.
was just for the sauce.
I'm not gonna pull anymore. We're done.
Okay.
Fuck you, Razor. Oh my god. Fuck off, everybody.
This, so that might be
That's it.
convenient.
That's it.
This.
Wait, where's the bug shit? Hold
I'm
on.
gonna put this over here.
Where's Pokemon Kid?
So put this over there.
And then outside of this
Won't quite put the knife in there.
emergency bill, I still haven't seen my eye doctor in a while because I always forget
Let
when to see
me
her, like the
wash
appointment.
some herbs for them too.
And I haven't seen my dentist since April because I was originally supposed to see
Hopefully
him in
they
April
use
or
them.
something. But we were prepping to go to Jersey.
But we don't really know.
Or we were already gonna be in Jersey. So I skipped that appointment because I couldn't be there. I called them like a week before
and
we
I'm gonna
left, and I was
wash
like,
some
you know, that
lettuce
appointment
as
we
well.
planned or whatever, like I'm not gonna be
So
here for it.
actually, yeah, we took out another colander and we
then
didn't
when they
really
called
use
me
it.
back,
We'll
I had
use that for
COVID.
the vegetables. Oh my god, kitchen!
And now, I think it's been a safe amount of time since
Kitchen.
I had COVID where I could probably go see my doctors.
Kitchen! Thank you. Okay, Rau Răm. I like the way it smells. That one is super familiar. Kinh Giới looks like Shiso, but it's not because they don't smell the same. Put this back in a little place I put them. I'm gonna rinse off some lettuce leaves as well. Here. We'll put this back in the fridge. We don't usually use or buy lettuce, so hopefully we can use it before it gets weird in the fridge. All right. So over here, I'm gonna rinse some lettuce. Or six. Okay. Now we have the herbs. So this one is Rau Răm. Again, I might be mispronouncing it because I'm not Vietnamese. I like the way Rau Răm smells. It smells nice. Hard to describe, but it smells nice. I started mixing them up. You can probably start checking the pan soon and adding some oil. Bam. I'm the type of person who eats stems. I know they don't, but I'm just going to keep them in here. There we go. Guess I'll just go ahead and take them. I know they're going to just try to throw them away. I eat stems. There we go. All right, let's add some oil, and then we'll start deep frying these egg rolls. Let's reuse up the oil from here. Still having some issues getting the last dregs of it out, but I think that's pretty good. We're gonna be mixing oil because that's where we're at right now. We were running out of oil, so that's like the last of the oil we previously had. So now I'm gonna hopefully open this oil bottle. Yay! Yay! I hate when I need pliers to open bottles. Okay. Here we go. I got some pliers from, it's like a plier multi-tool thing from Daiso. And I keep it in the kitchen for when I need to open bottles that I literally cannot open because I suck. Okay. Let's get a little closer. Again, I'm sure all of us who are regulars here know I'm not a huge fan of super hot oil. Freaks me out. And now we're mixing oil, so we're just gonna see how lifes. I'm hoping that's enough oil. Yeah. Yeah, because we're not doing this in olive oil. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put the herbs and stuff that I washed on the table for them. You bitch ass motherfucker, get the fuck away from my food. I'm gonna put the rest of the noodles into a container so we don't have to be annoyed by this fucking fly. Sorry for shaking the stand, the tripod, my bad. Vermicelli noodles are always kind of awkward after the fact, so hopefully like, we'll just figure something out. But okay, I'm gonna check the temp. Hopefully it's hot enough because, you know, 350. Oh, sorry. You fucking bitch ass fly, you're really making me mad. Okay, so we're at 238 right now. I need to move the light in a way where I think that's slightly better. Okay. I don't want to lean it because it's plastic on top, you know what I mean? I have to hold it. I raised the temperature just a little. Okay. Let me see the scallion oil situation. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can do the scallions in this oil. And then fry the... Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Got rid of the cutting board already. Fuck. Do this in the microwave? Oh my god, we're just gonna do this in the microwave later. Later. It seems like we need to raise that a little bit more. All right. I'm going to continue rinsing out my water bottle then. Some of the other things in the sink, and we'll, you know, we'll wait a little bit for the oil to become the correct temperature. It says 350, so right now it's like at 308, and then when I take it out, it like goes back and then like slowly gets back to 300, so maybe it's just not hot enough yet. So we raised up the temperature on the stove just a touch in hopes that like we'll get to where we need to get to sooner than later. Take a pause on that. I'm gonna check the temperature. Okay. All right. So we're gonna get these tongs again because we're afraid of. I'm gonna dry them off because we just washed them. These are like my longest tongs. Okay. And I'm still gonna wear a glove just to be safe. Okay, so what does it say? Preheat 350, 3 to 4 minutes. We'll just say 4. Ugh! Oh my god, I'm so annoyed. It's like dropping everything. Okay, those first two are really wet. Oh my fucking god.
Like, I have some money in the bank, but I need to use that for the emergency bill. I need a... I know this looked like a bunch, like, scrotum on my face. But these are expensive scrotum that I'm putting all over my face. So, I did a face mask earlier, and it finally just, like, fully absorbed into my face. And maybe I should have done the rollerball thing while the paper thing was on my face. I woulda, and I didn't. So we're rollerballing my face with scrotum now versus before. Shit. Okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to take off this wig because my head hurts. It was nice being blonde for a couple hours.
Okay, that's it. Oh my god, kitchen, bro. So 20 minutes pass, and then we're gonna take those out. Kitchen.
Are you gonna put your head down, sir? Heads up, 7 up. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Kitchen.
Also, very good Korean, then. I appreciate you.
Kitchen.
당신에게 딱 많은
Kitchen.
특별한 사람을 찾을 수 있습니다. Wait. Sort of, but we're gonna have to translate that.
You know, witty, low effort answer there, you know?
You can find someone special just for you. Oh. God damn it. I mean, I hope so. Buy 1 hamburger. May I take your order? Smile, smile. What can
Kitchen?
I do for you? 1 hamburger. Thank you very much. Do you have any other orders?
일을 시작해볼까?
Oh god, what the fuck? Hey, look, 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 it's Fantoon. Doesn't this look like Fantoon? Kitchen. 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 What the fuck? Oh my god. could have sworn we had a metal one, but I guess not. Let me check this note about roasting peanuts. 325, 20 minutes. 325 for 10 minutes, and then take it, and then 325 for another 10 minutes and take it. Ooh. So at 20 past, so another minute, we're gonna take those out and put them somewhere. Or check if they're golden brown. I have 2 more here. I think they dried up a little bit. Oh my god, you sound so frightening. Okay, 20 past. Other gloves that I have. You smell delicious, but you sound fucking scary. Absolutely frightening. Okay, so those need to chill. Yikes. We have 2 more because they fell and I rinsed them off. And we're going to put them in. Eesh. frightening. Ugh. Alright. Well, those get a tan. I'm gonna keep on trying to work on these peanuts that I've been on and off trying to deal with. So we want to get the skin off as well. So out of the shell, out of the skin. Most of them are out of the skin, but some of them are just not cooperating. And I don't know what that means. If that means something. Like, I don't know if that means they're too young or too old or what. Maybe it means they're too young. I don't know. Okay, we look like we're getting a tan. So let me just kind of move it a little. Less frightening. So this bag of lumpia that I got is a Filipino brand, hell yeah, but also it was 40 ounces for $12.99 versus like there were 14-ounce packages of lumpia for like $8.99, and I was like, this is obviously the better buy. Don't know how often we're gonna be eating lumpia because we just don't really. Mom used to make egg rolls more often when we were younger. I don't know if that's just because, like, she wanted them or what, but when we were younger, more often, but, like, we don't really eat lumpia at home. You know, we don't make it. You know, it's just one of those, you know, time. It takes a lot of time because you have to make the filling, then you have to wrap them, and then you either, you know, freeze them and then make them, or, you know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot of time. So, it's one of those things that's easier with a group of people. Like, dumplings are way easier to do with more than one person. Okay, after these two, that's it. Fuck this. We could try to make this into scallion oil, but I don't really think so. We might just do that in the microwave since that's an option. I never even considered making like oil in a microwave. Never would have ever considered that. So I used the can, pop open some of these peanuts that were like not cooperating this whole time. Kind of like the same method I would use for garlic. Sometimes I use the bottom of a can to bust open some garlic. Some of these still have skin going on. Okay, we'll check on those in like a minute. I'm just sifting through these peanuts. I'm still gonna try to roast them and stuff. But I want to make sure the skin is off. So, no. Okay, let me check. Sorry. Oh, let me put that glove on. We're not trying to hurt ourselves, okay? Okay. Okay, I think you guys are good. I think you guys are good. Ah, less burnt looking than the other ones. Okay. Woo! Let me turn that off. Oh, fuck that oil. Alright, scallion oil. Combine sliced scallions, vegetable oil, salt, and sugar in the microwave. Safe bowl. Give it a mix. High heat on in a minute. Okay, sure. Sure, I will do that. I'm gonna use food scissors for this situation. Man, the fact that you're still sounding angry is just like, oh my god. We're gonna use food scissors for this one. We're gonna let that oil cool so we can utilize it later for other things. So we're just cutting these up. Get the fuck. There we go. Okay. Oh my god. It is still sounding angry. Yikes. How much oil? 1/4 of a cup of vegetable oil. 1/8 of a teaspoon of, oh, that's a, you want a cup of scallions? Well, that's definitely not a cup of scallions. Okay, so that means we can cut down this oil situation. I would say that's not even 1/4 of a cup. That's like 1/8. Okay, so if that's 1/8 of a cup of scallions, so if that's 1/4 of a cup, God, math. 1/4 of a cup of oil. So like barely any oil. Okay, so I can just wing it. Barely any oil. Yeah. That's good. Barely any oil. Let me get the tiniest bit of sugar. Tiniest bit of sugar. And then we're gonna stir that up, bitch. Bitch, get the fuck out of my ear. For a minute? I don't know about that. I'll just do 30 seconds for goodness sake. $30, and then we'll keep on working on the peanut situation. I'll just trust that's done. Okay. Nice. Okay. This one's not coming off either. Ooh, thank you. So again, we're just taking off the skin off the peanuts because that's what the recipe said. This peanut looks wrinkly. Ah! Okay. Ugh. Let me rinse that one off. So what we usually do when we have cooking oil is that we drain it and reuse it. So I'm probably going to wait for that to cool down and sift through it to see if we can reuse it and stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I was like, another 17 song? Not that I'm complaining, but I was like, man. 17 was like really like played today. Oh my god. I guess the pickles are done by now. They had enough time to set up, so the pickles are okay. I mean, they would have still been like okay and delicious like earlier at 6 p.m., but the recipe said wait 2 hours or something. And then the chicken moo, that's just gonna be, you know, for me. They're welcome to eat it, but typically I don't really think they do. So, but they enjoy pickles. We love vinegar, you know? Okay. I think this is the last one. Yeah, the rest is just skin and stuff. Okay. Yay! Okay, let me check these notes again. Put them in a bowl. Bake the peeled peanuts for 325 for 20 minutes. Shake every 10 minutes. Okay, so 325 for 10, and then shake 325 another 10. I can do that. I need this fan to wait, where's the thing? Okay. So 325, 10 minutes shake, 325, 10 minutes. Cool. So we're gonna do dishes in the meantime while we wait for that situation to get situated. The oil is still really fucking hot. We're not gonna fuck with it just yet. My water bottle can be moved off to the side somewhere. And let's see. You'll probably, yeah, we'll dry the measuring cups so we can make more room for the, actually, what was the uptime? Is it just uptime? 5 hours and 16 minutes. Okay. Well, these are some pieces of lettuce that didn't quite make it. Thanks, Funtoon. Oof. Very carefully drying a knife. And kind of trying to make sure its sheath is also dry. They do wash the sheath as well. Sheath is still a little wet, so we'll just leave it out. But I'll put this in the drawer and hope that no one stabs themselves or slices their hand. I'll aim it down instead of across. There we go. This is also part of my water bottle situation. I'll just loosely have them over here. Okay. Let me take a sip of that coconut soda with lime. Maybe I just really wanted lime today. Maybe that's why I'm really super into lime today. Where is this stuff? Oh my god, please don't break it. Where's my soft scrubby thing? There you are. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out and lurking or whatever you're doing. We wanted to make Bún Thịt Nướng because, like, I figured if I just picked the pork the way it was, like, I don't know, I had a feeling like she wouldn't like it. This way, if she complains still, at least I tried something interesting and she complained about it, so, you know, versus me, if I did it how she said and she still complained, I'd be really fucking annoyed. We're giving the pork pan a bit of time so we can easily take the stuff off without having to be too harsh on the pan itself. Because it does have a coating and we've already kind of fucked up the coating a little bit. So I'm just trying to be as kind to the pan as I can so we don't like fuck it up more. I want to shower. So I think after this, we're not going to go to the desk. Like, I'll still go to my desk because I have to. But, I'll do that on screen. But I'll remind you now that you can email your representatives about anything. If they do anything about it, that's another issue, but you can email them about anything. And so I would encourage you to email your reps because they might be assuming you're like unhappy about shit, but they won't know if you're actually like mad about shit unless you fucking tell them in an email or a voicemail or something. If you can't or just don't want to go to a protest for whatever extenuating reason, may it be like your health and because people don't fucking wear a mask, or maybe you're afraid that they're gonna try to do some fucked up shit and like detain you, which is another concern, right? It's a valid concern. So you can always send an email or a voicemail. So, oh my god, this is real oily. So, I don't like the way this. Tell me if you're gonna microwave something. Washing scissors. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. If you have food scissors. It's sauce. Yeah, what about the noodles? No, it's not soup. Did I send you a recipe in a text message or no? You've ordered this at the restaurant before, Mom. This is not a soup. I know you eat this. I've seen you order it multiple times. There's sauce for each of you. The meat is in one of those umbrellas. I've got some lumpia. So you eat like the lumpia and the cute little tiny lumpia. There's a fly. So there's cucumbers on the table too. And those are just herbs to eat with your wrapped up lumpia. The sauce is for the lumpia and the pork if you want. This. I mean, there's patis in it. It's soda. thing. What are you looking at? Because I eat stems. I'm gonna put stems in mine. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, where'd Twitch go? Why'd you close out of Twitch? Oh my god, let me move. I still need to move. Okay. They're gonna microwave for a little bit. So. Yeah, we can't turn the laptop on because we don't have the power or whatever. Oh, that's a cute stinger. I'm looking at Mojo's stream. All right. While they microwave, we'll just wait a second. We got the picture. So we'll have to do the thumbnail from here or send it through like airdrop it to the other phone or something. It's like slightly complicated for me to do thumbnails, so. We did everything except the peanuts, because the peanuts are still working. And we have the oil, but I don't think they're gonna use it. So at least the oil is made. And here are my Aoyai pants. But yeah. My feet fucking hurt. Oh my god. We were at the grocery store before we started because I needed to get like a bunch of stuff. I'm so glad I chose the grocery store I went to because like it had everything. For a second I thought they didn't have carrots and I was like, why the fuck would this place not have carrots? And I just wasn't looking in the right place or whatever. So, but I probably need to drink a lot. So we're gonna, I mean, I guess we could just eat here. I mean, that should be fine. Let's see how this view is. Yeah, it's still slightly better. Let's see, maybe, oof, here. There's a delay, so and I don't have a mirror here, so I can't like check. This. Okay, I'm gonna get the food. We'll just eat here. Okay. Ooh, there we go. 17. Oof, more 17. Okay. So this is the cucumber I was snacking on. Mmm. Yeah, let me try it in the sauce. Let me try it in this nuktam that we made. Mmm. Mmm. Okay, now we need the... Oh my god, please stop. There you go. Mmm. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. That piece had a bone. Ugh, delicious. Okay. By the way, I just like stems and vegetables and things, so if this is weird for you, I get it. Okay, that was a little too fibrous-y. Let me see if I can chew through it. Try the sauce on the noodles. Pork was a little tough, but I think I ate through a peppercorn. Okay. Let's go back to the kitchen and put this away. And then we'll try to find someone to raid. Ooh, that peppercorn was spicy. Okay. Okay. Try to get those noodles out. Okay. Bitch. Okay, I'm gonna have this hang out on the stove. And we're gonna wash and then be done. Can you even see me from there? I'm gonna try to get the noodles that are at the bottom of this pan out. You know what? I'll just drain it like rice. Oh, one fell out. Sorry, noodles that got lost. Okay. Oh yeah, I still need to wash the measuring cup, the thermometer. Let's do the thermometer. Let's make sure to clean the thermometer. Thermometer. Knife. Always be careful when you clean knives, you don't hurt yourself. Whoa, what's this? Lamau. Why are we looking at that? That's the recipe from today. Kitchen. Kitchen. Bro. Kitchen. Kitchen. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yep. Time to go to the cave. Yeah, where are my cables? What the fuck? And we're supposed to not rotate. Alright. I need my cables. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna find someone to raid via the cave. And then hopefully I will shower, but if I don't, I'm just gonna go fucking sleep. And take all my clothes off and fucking sleep. Actually, I need to kind of change into something. Okay. Y'all are gonna see darkness for a second. I'm still here, don't worry about it. I need to change clothes so you can't see that. Oh wait, monitor 1? Should you just like look at monitor 1 then? Monitor 1. So that's the recipe that we did from today. Our version looks a little different because we did not use shrimp. Yo, what up, Mojo? Are you still streaming? I saw your Muppet model, right? Supposed to be like a Muppet. And I saw some of your stingers. I really like your stingers that I saw today. My phones feel sticky because of the fish sauce. Do you want a Muppet PNG? I mean, I don't know. Oh, wait, yeah, we need to change the camera. We need to change the camera. Sorry. Studio mode. Sorry. Wait. There we go. What up, chat? DM a profile pic you want me to use? Like, find a Muppet? Find a Muppet? I mean, look for Muppets. Or I can show you how to make one. This is the Muppet I want to be. I want to be the Asian one. I want to be the Asian one. I think she's Korean? Yeah, Jiyoung. I want to be Jiyoung. Oh, people have things to say about Simu, and some of, I don't know. Sometimes he says sus things, I guess. But when he talks about, like, the commodification of Asian culture by people who are not Asian, like culture vultures and shit, like, he's pretty much on point. And when he was on Jeopardy, one of the answers was Filipino people or whatever. But one of the white guys was like, what are Filipino people? Or, like, kind of like we're a fucking object or some shit. And he's like, don't you mean what is? What? Who are? Who are? Don't you mean who are Filipino people? And I was like, you fucking tell him, Simu. You fucking tell this, whoever the fuck this motherfucker is. So, let me see. Copy. Where's Discord? So I don't think Discord is open. Yeah, it's not. I also need to clip my nails. I'm like, oh, I feel my nails are in need of clipping. Na, na, na. But yeah, this is what we made today. And this is, you know, how pretty it can look. We didn't get to the peanut situation, and we did not use shrimp. But we had all the other stuff. So what it can look like if you put chilies in it. We didn't do that. For the sauce. Kiss that, me kiss that. And this is what we did. Because in the food processor was a much more pleasant experience. And then we got some noodles at the store today. And yeah. Divide the noodles among the bowls. Brush the noodles and brush the shrimp and the pork with the oil. Okay. Then mix it all together. It's like bibimbap but with noodles. So yeah. Now let me find your DM. Let me see. Okay, Dro's on. Mango's on. Hey, Trio! Is today Friday already? No, today's Thursday. Yeah. He said he's gonna be on like all day on Friday. I guess a lot of people are playing Mario Kart because the Switch dropped. Humanist report. Interesting. Wait, is nuclear? Wait. Is leftist on Thursdays? LG Legendary. Oh, I haven't seen them in a while. Atehanimaru. Ryan. Tech Deck. I guess it's a little early for Mother Gamer. Trollo? Oh, Pico Pie! Hmm. Bravely Default Flying Fairy? Why does that look really fucking cute? Kai and Drollo have the same chibi, big eye, screamy model. I guess they use the same artist for that. Real lawyer breaks down Elon's Epstein's file claims, Trump's retribution, and wacky legal news. Real lawyer. I'm gonna just look at the about section real quick. I'm not your lawyer. Are you for real? Oh, or is that part of your lore as a VTuber? Okay, I think it's your, okay. I was really hoping for an actual lawyer. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me just check for Mother Gamer. Mother Gamer. Ba-ba. Huh? Oh my god. Computer, are you okay? Okay, so like 15 minutes, but do I want to wait 15 minutes? I gotta go. Okay. No, let's raid Drollo, because we know Dro. Wait, who's this? What a perfect song to raid out to. Because she's gotta go. Scene and bro, scene and
Scene end.
scene end. Scene end. Holy shit. Okay. Apparently I don't speak English good. These are all the places you can find me on Instagram, Blue Sky, Mastodon, TikTok, Twitter, Xiaohongshu. Wait. Yeah, Xiaohongshu. Throne, Ko-Fi, Fourth Wall. If you have Amazon Prime, please consider linking your Amazon Prime to Twitch so you can give a free Twitch sub to me or Mojo or Drolo or Mother Gamer or Slashy101 who rated us earlier. You know, an Arrow Reborn, a Recipe Reborn. Who else? Lots of people. Nutty, Exeldro, you know,